At least I expect that you should try to give an example of ideal governor from the holy place of Uttar Pradesh. Where is situated such holy places as Ayodhya, Varanasi, Prayag, Mathura, Vrindavan, Haridwar, etc. In Bhagavad Gita it is stated, Yad Yad Achadita Shrestha Tattadavitaro Janaha Sayat Pramana Kudate Lokastad Anuvattate. Whatever action is performed by a great man, common men will follow in his footsteps, and whatever standards he sets by his exemplary acts, all the world will pursue. I wish that your tenure in office may be an exemplary administration with reference to the principles of Bhagavad Gita and the Srimad Bhagavatam. I thank you once more for your agreeing to be our chief guest on the day of Sri Ram Navami, the inaugurative ceremony of our temple in Vrindavan. I wish that you may come there one day before the ceremony and remain there at least 24 to 30 hours in Vrindavan, and by the grace of Lord Krishna Balaram, I may arrange for your comfortable stay in our ashram house, which is completing construction. I want this opportunity so that we may talk a little bit on the principles of Bhagavad Gita and Srimad Bhagavatam in the matter of political, social, philosophical, religious, and cultural development of the human society. Okay, just a couple big paragraphs here. I am pushing on this Krishna consciousness movement all over the world for an idea of uniting human society on the principles of Bhagavad Gita as it is. I have already established many, many temples all over the world. One of the temples you have already seen in our Vrindavan construction. And similarly, I want to establish a great center in Bombay, because Bombay is the most important city in India. Many foreigners come to Bombay to enjoy the Juhu beach atmosphere, and there is already many foreign hotels like Sun and Sand, Horizon, Holiday Inn, and so on. So in order to attract the foreigners, I purchased land in Juhu, 20,000 square yards, just one block from the sea beach. I am trying to get sanction for construction of the temple, but it is being hampered by the dilatory methods of municipality and the police commissioner. Just after purchasing our plans to the municipality, and the municipality wanted the police commissioner's sanction, and thus we submitted our application to the police commissioner on November 15th, 1973, and we received the reply as follows. Tomorrow we will hear these replies back and forth. Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Vrindaya Tulsa Devyai Priyaya Kesavas. Vrindaya Tulsa Devyai Priyaya Kesavas. Radha Krishna Seva Pavoe Abhilasi Yetomara Saranaloy Tara Bancha Punao. Hare Krishna. Vipakori Korotari Vrindavana Basi Modaya Vilas, Vilas Kunjadeyovas Narane Devosada Yugaladrupadasi Namo Namah Tulasi Krishna Preyasi Namo Namah Tulasi Krishna Preyasi Namo Namah Enavidana Dada Sakiranugata Koro Devare Koro De Koro Nijadasi Jena Krishna Dasi Koi Jena Moro Shri Radha Govinda Preme Sada Jena Basi. Thank you, Prabhu. Shri Radha Govinda Preme Sada Jena Basi. Namo Namah Tulasi Krishna Preyasi Namo Namah Yanikane Chapapani Yanikane Chapapani Brahmacharikani Cha Tani Tani Pradakshante Pradakshana Padi Padi Kani cha papani brahmachari kani cha Kani tani parakshante parakshana padi padi Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopala Jaya Jaya Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopala Jaya Jaya Radha Ramana Hare Govinda Jaya Jaya Radha Ramana Hare Govinda Jaya Jaya Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga. Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga. Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga. Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga. Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga. Gora Chandra, Gora Chandra, Gora Chandra, Gora Chandra. Gora Chandra, Gora Chandra, Gora Chandra, Gora Chandra. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga. 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 Jaya Tulsi Maharani ki jai. Vrindaya Tulsi Deviyai Priyaya Kesavasya cha. Vishnu Bhakti Parideve Satchavacha Namo Namah.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram. Sit properly. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Hare 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Om Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Ram. Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Ram. Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram. Sit properly. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Krishna Hare Ram Hare Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram. Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Oh, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna.
purified by the words emanating from his lotus mouth. Actually, to his lotus feet, perfection that fulfills all desires. He opens our darkened eyes and fills our heart with transcendental knowledge. He is our Lord, birth after birth. From him, ecstatic preeminence. By him, ignorance is destroyed. The rage the themes of his character. Our spiritual masters, the ocean of mercy. Friend of the poor, Lord and master of devotees. O Master, be merciful unto us. Give us the shade of your lotus feet. Kahati Sadma. Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevalava Kahati Sadma. Bando Mui Savadana Bando Mui Savadana Jahaira prasaire Baai E Bhavatoriya Jahai Jahara prasaire Baai E Bhavatoriya Jahai Krishna prapte hoya jahoi te Krishna prapti hoya jahoi te Guru Mukha Padma Vaikya Chitte Ke Koriya Haikya Guru Mukha Padma Vaikya Chitte Ke Koriya Haikya Hairana kori o mandi sa Hairana kori o mandi sa Shri Guru Charane Rati Ese Hutama Gante Shri Guru Charane Rati Ese Hutama Gate Prasare Pure Sarva Asa सारे पूरे सर्वा सा धन्ना दिलो जे जन्मे जन्मे प्रभु से चकुदाना दिलो जे जन्मे जन्मे प्रभु से देव ज्ञानारिते प्रकाशितो देव ज्ञानारिते प्रकाशितो प्रेम भक्ति झाया होते अविदावि न सजते प्रेम भक्ति झाया होते अविदावि न सजते वेद गाया याचारितो वेद गाया याचारितो श्री गुरु करुणा सिंधो हदम जनाइरा बंदो करुणा सिंधो अदम जनाइरा बंदो लोकेना लोकेरा जीवाना लोकेना लोकेरा जीवाना आहा प्रभु कोरा दोया देहो मोरे भैरा जया ओ हा हा प्रभु कोरा दोया देहो मोरे भैरा जया Ebeas gushu tribuvaina Ebeas gushu tribuvaina Prabhupada patita pavana Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Shila Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Shila Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Shila Prabhupada Jai Shila Prabhupada ki Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Prestaya Bhutale Srimante Bhakti Vedanta Swami Tinamine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Sunyavari Pashatad Satarine Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Garadhaira Shivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Garadhaira Shivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Garadhara Shivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Oh, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo. Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo. Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga, Gaura Hari. Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga, Gaura Hari. Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga, hey, Gaura Hari. Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga, 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 hey, Gaura Hari. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Gauranga. Oh, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Okay. Anybody else want to sing? Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Would you like to sing? Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
Ramo, 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama. Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh, Gaura, 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 Hari. 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 Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
O Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga. Haribo, Gauranga. O Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga. Gaura, Gaura, Gaura Hari. Hari. Oh, Gaura, Gaura, Gaura Hari. O Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga. O Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga. Gaura, Gaura, Gaura Hari. Hey! Gaura, Gaura, Gaura. Haribo, Haribo. Gaura, Gaura, Gaura Hari. Hey! Haribo, Haribo. Oh, Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga. Oh, Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga. Hey, 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 hey. Gaura, Gaura, Gaura Hari. Hey. Oh, Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga. Oh, Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga. Gaura, Gaura, Gaura Hare. Haribo, Haribo. Gaura, Gaura, Gaura Hare. Right here, right here. Oh, Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga. Okay. Gauranga. Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga. Gaura, Gaura, Gaura Hare. Oh, Jaya Sachinandana, Jaya Sachinandana. Jaya Sachinandana, Jaya Sachinandana. Gaura, 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 Gaura Hare. Hey, Gaura, 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 Gaura Hare. Oh, Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga. Oh, Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga. Gaura, 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 Gaura Hare. Gaura, 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 Gaura Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama. Jai Jai Shri Radha Kalachandji. Oh, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama. Jai Jai Shri Radha Kalachandji ki Jai. Srila Prabhupada ki. Gaura Brahmananda.
Adi Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Govindam Adi Purusham Tamaham
Antarangam Tandar Ako Ikamaniya Visesha Shobha
Govindam Adi Purusham Tamaham Jami
Govindam Hari Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Govindam Hari Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Angani Yasa Sakalen Priya Kriti Manti Vasyan Dipan Dikayanti Jiram Naganti Ananda Chinmaya Sadhu Jala Vigrahasya
Govindam Adi Purusham Tamaham Jami
Govindam Hari Purusham Tamaham Bhajami 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 Govindam Hari Purusham Tamaham
Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Daya Koramare Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Daya Koramare Toma bina ke dayalo Jagata samsare Patita Pavana Hetu Tava Avatara Gaura Hari Patita Pavana Prabhu Tava Avatara Gaura Hari Motamo Patita Prabhu Napai Beyara Motamo Patita Prabhu Napai Beyara Prabhu Nityananda Premananda Sukhi Prabhu Nityananda Premananda Sukhi Nitai Kripa Bolakana Koro Ami Varadukhi Kripa Balakana Koro Ami Varadukhi Daya Koro Titapati Advaita Gauchai Advaita Daya Koro Titapati Advaita Gauchai Advaita Tava Kripa Bole Pai Chaitanya Nitai Chaitanya Tava Kripa Bole Pai Chaitanya Nitai Sarupana Chana Rupa Raghunata Chana Chana Sarupana Chana Rupa Raghunata Chana Chana Satayuga Chitiva Prabhu Lokanath Bhatta Yuga Jiva Prabhu Lokana Prabhu Daya Korokiya Jaya Prabhu Srinivasa Daya Korokiya Jaya Prabhu Srinivasa Ramachandra Sangamage Narotamadas Ramachandra Sangamage Narotamadas Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Jaya Koramore Chaitanya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Jaya Koramore Toma vina ke dayalo jagata samsare Toma vina ke dayalo jagata samsare Patita Pavana Hetu Tava Avatara Pavana Hetu Mustama Patita Prabhu Napai Beyara Jaya Nitai Gauranga Jaya Nitai Gauranga Jaya Nitai Gauranga Jaya Nitai Gauranga Jaya Jai Jaya Nitai Gauranga Jaya Nitai Gauranga Jaya Gaurari Jaya Gaurari, Jaya Gaurari, Gaurari, Jaya Gaurari, Gaura. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Bye-bye. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Nacho, Nacho. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Bye-bye. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Govinda Jaya Jaya, Gopala Jaya Jaya. Govinda Jaya Jaya, Gopala Jaya Jaya. Govinda Jaya Jaya, Gopala Jaya Jaya. Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya. Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya. Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya. Govinda Jaya Jaya, Gopala Jaya Jaya. Govinda Jaya Jaya, Gopala Jaya Jaya. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everybody, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. One more time. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Jaya Gaura Nitai, Gaura Nitai, Jaya Gaura Nitai, Jaya Gaura Nitai. Jaya Gaura Nitai, Gaura Nitai, Gaura Nitai, Jaya Gaura Nitai. Jaya Sacinandana Gaura Hare, Jaya Sacinandana Gaura Hare, Sacinandana Gaura Hare, Jaya Sacinandana Gaura Hare, Jaya Sacinandana Gaura Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Lullaby. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha, Kala Chandi Radha, Kala Chandi Radhe. Radhe Radhe. Jaya Radha, Kala Chandi Radha, Kala Chandi Radhe. Radhe Radhe. Jaya Radhe, Jaya Radhe, Jaya Radhe, Jaya Shri Radhe. Jaya Radhe, Jaya Radhe, Jaya Radhe, Jaya Shri Radhe. Jaya Radha Govinda Radha Govinda Radhe Govinda. Jaya Jagannath, Jaya Jagannath, Jaya Baladev, Jaya Subhadra. Jaya Jagannath, Jaya Jagannath, Jaya Baladev, Jaya Subhadra. Jaya Gaurani Jaya, Jaya Gaurani Jaya, Gaurani Jaya, Jaya Gaurani Jaya. Jaya Gaurani Jaya, Gaurani Jaya, Gaurani Jaya, Jaya Gaurani Jaya. Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Srila Prabhupada. Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Go Premanandi Hari, Go Premanandi Hari Hari Ba, Go Premanandi Hari Hari Ba. Jai, Jai. Jayam Vishnupad Paramahansa Purvikacharya Astatara Satta Shri Srimad His Divine Grace Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Jayam Vishnupad Paramahansa Purvikacharya Astatara Satta Shri Srimad His Divine Grace Srila Bhaktivedanta Saraswati Goswami Prabhupada Ki Jai. Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda Ki Jai. Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Jai. Prem Se Kaho Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sri Vasudi Gaur Bhaktavinda Ki Jai. Sri Sri Radha Krishna Gogopinath Jai Mukunda Radhakunda Giri Govardhana Ki Jai. Sri Vrindavan Dham Ki Jai. Sri Mayapur Dham Ki Jai. Jamuna Maya Ki Jai. Ganga Maya Ki Jai. Tulsi Maharani Vrindadevi ki jai, Bhakti Devi ki jai, Grantha Srimad Bhagavatam ki jai, Yuga Dharma Harinam Sankirtan Yagya ki jai, Vihambardanga Transcendental Book Distribution ki jai, Transcendental Prasadam Distribution ki jai. Holy Festival of Gaur Purnima ki jai, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu ki jai, Gauranga Mahaprabhu ki jai, Samaveta Bhakta Vrinda ki jai. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Shri Shri Guru and Gauranga.
I have to apologize to everyone this morning. Nityananda Prabhu was going to be giving class, and he is not feeling well this morning, so I'm like the substitute, a poor substitute for him. So we'll speak a little bit about Lord Chaitanya and some of the pastimes. First, we'll sing the Jai Radha Madhava prayers. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jai Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Gopi Jana Balaba Girivada Dari Jai Gopi Jana Balaba Girivada Dari Jashodanandana Brajajana Ranjana Jashodanandana Brajajana Ranjana Jashodanandana Brajajana Ranjana Yamuna Tira Vanachari Yamuna Tira Vanachari Jai Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jai Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari. Jai Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari. Jai Vishnupad Paramahamsa Priya Jakacharya Astutada Satta Shri His Divine Grace E.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki. Jai Vishnupad Paramahamsa Priya Jakacharya Astutada Satta Shri His Divine Grace Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaj Srila Prabhupada Ki. Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda Ki. Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki. Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita Ki. Gaur Premanandi. Holy Appearance Day of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu Ki. So today we'll be speaking from the Adi Leela, chapter 2, text number 9. And so I'll probably just read the Sanskrit and verse and maybe not repeat since we're running so late. It's already 8:30. So is that okay with everyone? We just do that. So Jaya Jaya Sri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda. Jaya Dvaita Chandra Jaya Gora Bhakta Brinda. Jaya Jaya Sri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda. Jaya Dvaita Chandra Jaya Gora Bhakta Brinda. Jaya Jaya Sri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda. Jaya Dvaita Chandra Jaya Gora Bhakta Brinda. Jai Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu Ki Jai. So text number 9, we can do it and you can repeat. And then I'll just, I won't read word for word, we'll just go right to the purport. So, Nanda Sutta Bale Yanri Bhagavate Gai. Say Krishna Avatirna Chaitanya Goshan. Nanda Sutta Bale Yanri Bhagavate Gai. Say Krishna Avatirna Chaitanya Goshan. Nanda Sutta Bale Yanri Bhagavate Gai. Say Krishna Avatirna Chaitanya Goshan. Okay, so translation. He whom Srimad Bhagavatam describes as the son of Nanda Maharaj has descended to earth as Lord Chaitanya. So according to the rules of rhetoric, this is a purport, according to the rules of rhetorical arrangement for efficient composition in literature, a subject should be mentioned before its predicate. Well, it's pretty heavy, first line. The Vedic literature frequently mentions Brahman, Paramatma, and Bhagavan, and therefore these three terms are widely known as the subjects of transcendental understanding. But it is not widely known that what is approached as the impersonal Brahman is the effulgence of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's transcendental body. Nor is it widely known that the supersoul as Paramatma is only a partial representation of Lord Chaitanya, who is identical with Bhagavan himself. Therefore, the descriptions of Brahman as the effulgence of Lord Chaitanya, Paramatma as his personal representative, and the Supreme Personality of Godhead Krishna as identical with Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu must be verified by evidence from authoritative Vedic literatures. The author wants to establish first that the essence of the Vedas is Vishnu Tattva, the absolute truth, Vishnu, the all-pervading Godhead. The Vishnu Tattva has different categories, of which the highest is Lord Krishna, the ultimate Vishnu Tattva, as confirmed in Bhagavad Gita and throughout the Vedic literature. In the Srimad Bhagavatam, the same Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, is described as Nanda Sutta, the son of King Nanda. Krishna Das Kaviraj Goswami says that Nanda Sutta has again appeared as Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, because the conclusion of the Vedic literature is that there is no difference between Lord Krishna and Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. This the author will prove. If it is thus proved that Sri Krishna is the origin of all Tatmas, truths, namely Brahman, Paramatma, and Bhagavan, and that there is no difference between Sri Krishna and Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, it will not be difficult to understand that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is also the same origin of all tattvas, the same absolute truth as he is revealed to students of different realizations is called Brahman, Paramatma, and Bhagavan. Om Gana Timirandasha Jananjana Shalakaya Chakshu Militam Jena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Mano Vishnam Stapitam Jena Bhutale Swayam Rupakadamayam Dadati Swapanantika Vanchakalpa Trubhyascha Kripa Sindhu Vyevacha Atitanam Pavnebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. So this verse, Jaya Jaya Sri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda, well, you know, a few weeks ago we celebrated the appearance day of Sri Advaita Acharya. And we know that Sri Advaita Acharya, he descended as Mahavishnu. And one of the reasons for Lord Chaitanya's appearance is due to the prayers of Sri Advaita Acharya. We know that he offered prayers, and he also offered tulsi leaves to bring the Lord down. And then we celebrated the appearance of Lord Nityananda. And just like Lord Balaram appears as Krishna's brother to assist him in his pastimes, this same Balaram appears as Lord Nityananda to assist Lord Chaitanya. And just as Lord Balaram is described as Krishna's second body, Lord Nityananda is also the second body of Lord Chaitanya. And Lord Chaitanya, he states that in order to receive his mercy, in order to get his mercy, one has to first approach Lord Nityananda, because we know that Lord Nityananda is called what? He's called the original Guru. So today we're celebrating the Holy Appearance Day of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. It's called Gaur Pranim. Happy Gaur Pranim to everyone. And many people know about Krishna's appearance, Janmashtami, but not so many people, I mean, it is more and more today, but not so many people know about Lord Chaitanya and his pastimes. And it said that this is mainly for two reasons, because there's really hasn't been so much literature that's been written about Lord Chaitanya. And also because he's known as the hidden incarnation, because Lord Chaitanya never actually said that he's God himself. He's come as like a disciple. So he's known as the hidden incarnation. So today, and then again this evening, we're going to be speaking about Lord Chaitanya and his pastimes. So we know that Krishna, he says he appears to what? To protect the devotees, to annihilate the demons, and to reestablish religious principles. And he said he appears whenever there's a rise in irreligion and a decline in religion. And we know that Krishna, he appeared over 5,000 years ago, along with his brother, Lord Balaram. Now, these two same brothers have descended again as Lord Chaitanya and Lord Nityananda. And they're compared to the sun and the moon, because what is the purpose of the sun and the moon? It's to dissipate darkness. And Srila Prabhupada says this whole world today is in darkness. And they've appeared to dissipate this darkness of ignorance that's come over the world. And we know that Krishna, it says he appears every 1,000 Divya Yugas. And a Divya Yuga is the cycle of all 4 yugas. So every 1,000 of those Divya Yugas, Krishna appears. And so if we think that Lord Chaitanya appeared only 500 years ago, so that's really not that, compared to time, it's really not that long ago. So it says that we really can't estimate the good fortune of being born in this golden age of Lord Chaitanya. And Srila Prabhupada even says that the demigods, they're lining up to be born in Kali Yuga because they realize how important it is to get this mercy. It's a very special mercy of Lord Chaitanya and Lord Nityananda. It's the mercy that even the most fallen people can actually chant the holy names of the Lord. So we know that when Krishna came, he revealed to us Krishna Prema through the residents of Vrindavan. We know that the residents of Vrindavan, their love for Krishna was completely spontaneous and completely unmotivated. They loved Krishna with all their heart and soul. So when Krishna, and they expected nothing in return. So when Krishna, when he saw this pure love of the Rajavasis, and especially the love of the gopis, and especially of all the gopis, the love of Srimati Radharani, he could see that their only desire was actually to please him. They wanted nothing in return. They just wanted to please Krishna. But he also saw that even though Radha and the gopis' love was unmotivated, still they were enjoying, it says, thousands and thousands of times more bliss and happiness than Krishna himself. So Krishna, when he saw this, he wanted to understand these sweet qualities and experience this unlimited happiness that Srimati Radharani and the gopis were feeling. And he knew that the only way to do that, the only way to understand that, and the only way to experience that was that he would actually have to take her position. So 500 years ago, Krishna came in the mood of Srimati Radharani, in the mood of a devotee. And not just any devotee, he came, like we said, in the mood of Srimati Radharani. So Krishna, he's actually himself in the mood of Srimati Radharani, and he's known as the hidden incarnation. But his coming, we know that throughout the scriptures that actually a lot of them foretell Krishna's coming. And there's one pastime where Srimati Radharani was, she was with Krishna and she was sleeping. And she had this dream, about this golden avatar, this golden personality who was dancing. And so when she woke up, she told Krishna, she said, Krishna, I just had this amazing dream. She said, I dreamed about this beautiful personality. He was golden in form, and he had so many devotees dancing. It looked like they were by the Yamuna. It looked like they were by the Vrindavan forest. And when he would call out Srimati Radharani, or he would call out, Krishna, Krishna, where are you? And she said, I thought, well, that must be me. And so then he called out, Krishna, Krishna. And so she said, well, I thought maybe that was you. So she was confused who this great personality was. So she asked Krishna, who is this personality? So Krishna, he took his Kaustubha jewel and he just kind of held it up. And when she looked in the Kaustubha jewel, she could see this very pastime that she had just dreamed. This whole pastime was just going on. So she could understand at that time, actually, it's both of us. You came as both of us. So this was Srimati Radharani's dream. It kind of foretold the appearance of Lord Chaitanya. And so we know that when Krishna and Balaram came, it says, as we mentioned, they came to protect the devotees and kill the demons and reestablish the religious principles. So Lord Chaitanya and Lord Nityananda, they also came for that same purpose. But the difference was they didn't come to actually kill the demons. They came to actually kill the demoniac mentality that people have. Therefore, we know that Krishna is known as the most merciful incarnation because he came and he gave even the most fallen souls, even the most fallen sinners, he gave them the chance to actually, he inaugurated this Yuga Dharma for this age, which is Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. So the chanting of the holy names of Krishna, Lord Chaitanya gave this freely to everyone. So in the year of 1486, Lord Chaitanya, he appeared in the home of Jagannath Mishra and Mother Sachi Devi. And at the time of his appearance, there was like millions of people were actually chanting because there was this actual lunar eclipse. And normally in Navadvip at that time, Navadvip was like the center of learning. It said that there was more students than you could count there in Navadvip, and more teachers also. And it was the center of education, of knowledge. But the problem is that the knowledge that the people were giving out was knowledge of how to actually become more wealthy, how to worship the demigods, and how to gain fame and wealth. No one was actually chanting Krishna's name except for a very few devotees, and so no one was really actually practicing devotional service. But because of this lunar eclipse, people, when they went into the Ganga, that's the only time they would actually chant Krishna's name, is when they went in to bathe in the Ganga. So at the time of the eclipse, everybody was chanting Hari, Hari, and chanting Krishna's name. So at this time is when Krishna actually appeared. And it says that when Krishna appeared, many of the demigods, they came down to see him. And nobody could really tell that they were demigods because sometimes they couldn't really even see them. Or there were so many people that came to Jagannath Mishra's house that they would kind of like blend in with the people. So many demigods came down to see the birth of Lord Chaitanya. And so the father of Sachi Devi was Nilambara Chakravarti. And so he was the father of Mother Sachi. And so he came and he was going to do the whole ceremony for the birth. And he also came to give the name for Lord Chaitanya, to give him his first name. So he actually called him Vishvambara. And Vishvambara means protector and maintainer of the universe, because when Lord Chaitanya appeared, there was a lot of famine, a lot of not so nice things going on. And so as soon as Lord Chaitanya appeared, rains came, everything became prosperous. So he was named maintainer of the universe. And then the ladies, they wanted to call him Nimai. So most of the ladies, they like to call him Nimai. So when Lord Chaitanya, when he was like only 4 months old, Lord Chaitanya was a rascal just like Krishna. He did so many rascal-like things, just like Krishna did. So when he was only 4 months old, when Mother Sachi and Jagannath Mishra would be out of the room, he would get up and he would take the pots and he'd pour the ghee out on the floor. He would pour the milk out and then scatter rice on the floor. And as soon as he heard them coming back in, he would jump right back in bed and act like he's just asleep, So when they would come in and they would see this, they would think, who did this? It must have been some demon that tried to come in and he did this. And because we've said prayers to protect Lord Chaitanya, the demon must have gotten upset that he couldn't do anything to Lord Chaitanya, so he destroyed all these pots and everything. So this is just one of the pastimes in the very, very early age of Lord Chaitanya. So we all know the story that when he started to actually crawl, he would crawl out into outside the house, and once this big snake came through the courtyard. And so when Lord Chaitanya, when Nimai saw the snake, the snake actually coiled up, and Nimai got on top of sat on the snake. And we know that actually the snake was actually Lord Balaram's and not the Sesh. And when the parents saw that, they didn't know what to do. You were all like screaming, so they ran and they grabbed Nimai, and the snake started to go off, and Nimai tried to grab him. He would pull the snake back, and this pastime went on until they could pull Nimai away from the snake. And a lot of times, Lord Chaitanya, or little Nimai, he would start to cry. And the only way they could get him to stop crying was how kids? Who could answer? Okay, how did they? Yeah, what did they chant? They chant Hare Krishna, Hare Hare. So when they would do that, Krishna would stop crying. So in this way, Lord Chaitanya would entice the people to continue to chant his holy names. And he would also sometimes, he would dance. And the ladies would love to watch Lord Chaitanya dance because he was such a beautiful child. And he would sometimes also go out into the village, and he would ask for if someone had bananas or if they had some sweet or something. They would always give sweets to little Nimai. Nobody could turn him down. He was just so beautiful. And he would bring these things back to the ladies, and if they chanted Hare Krishna, he would give them a sweet, or he would give them a banana or something. So in this way, again, he would always entice everyone to chant the name of Krishna. And so it says that little Nimai, when he actually started walking, here, like I said, he was kind of a rascal like Krishna was. He did many of the same type of pastimes Krishna did when he was here. He said he would go into the neighbors' houses and he would steal the milk. He would take the milk and drink the milk, or he would steal the yogurt, butter, or if they didn't have any, he would take the pots and he would break them on the floor. And sometimes he would even urinate on the floor. And so then when they would catch Nimai, he would say, oh, I'm so sorry, please forgive me. I'll never, ever do this again, please, please. And they couldn't turn, he was just so sweet, they couldn't say no to him, so they couldn't chastise him. So they let him go, and then the next day he'd be out doing the same thing again. So he'd always get away with it, though, because he would just beg them for forgiveness. So one time Nimai was in the village. He would walk around to all the marketplaces and everything, and these two thieves saw him, and they saw he had golden bangles on, and they thought, wow, we can take this child, and because they didn't see anyone that was with little Nimai. So they came up to him and they said, introduced themselves and said, we're going to take you home. And little Nimai said, yeah, let's go home. So they put Nimai on their shoulder, and they were taking him home. But by his Yogamaya, potency, instead of taking him home, they were actually taking him right back to Jagannath Mishra's house. But they didn't realize this. So they were taking little Nimai on his shoulders, and he was saying, yes, let's go home. So finally, when they arrived right in front of Jagannath Mishra's house, and everybody was looking for little Nimai because they had nobody knew where he was, and they were all running around panicking, looking for him. And then finally, the thieves, when they actually came to their consciousness, they thought, wow, what did we do? We brought him back to Jagannath Mishra's house. So they ran away, and then Krishna ran over to his father, and so they were looking for these who brought the little Nimai back. And so someone said, I saw two men bring him back, but they ran away, and they were thinking, well, why did these men stay? And we could have given them some type of reward or something, but actually Prabhupada says their reward was that they actually got to carry the Lord himself, Lord Chaitanya, on their shoulders. So they got such great benefit from this, these thieves did later on in their lives, just by touching Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So once there was this Brahmin that he came to, this Brahmin would just travel around, and he had like a Gopal deity and a Shalagram Shila he carried around his neck, and this Brahmin would just go around just chanting Hare Krishna and just traveling all over the country. So he came to Jagannath Mishra's house, and Jagannath Mishra could see that he was a very advanced devotee, so he washed his feet, and he actually offered prayers to the Brahmin, and so he asked this Brahmin, he said, I would be very pleased if you would please cook a meal, and we'll arrange the kitchen for you, and please cook a meal for yourself. And the Brahmin said, well, I just usually eat nuts and fruits and roots and stuff like that because I travel so much. But he agreed. He went and he cooked a meal, and so he took the plate and was sitting it down, and he was sitting there, and he was getting ready to offer it. And when he started offering, he opened his eyes, and there was little Nimai, completely naked, no clothes, had dirt all over him, and he was just grabbing the rice off the plate and eating it. And the Brahmin just screamed out, wow, this boy has destroyed my offering. So when Jagannath Mishra came in, he saw that Nimai was standing there and he was eating right off the plate that was being offered. So he took a stick and he was going to whip Nimai. And so the Brahmin said, no, he's just a child, don't you understand? He doesn't really know the difference between right and wrong, so you can't chastise him. Don't worry, I'll just eat some fruit. So Jagannath Mishra, he was feeling terrible. He thought, I have to satisfy this Brahmin. So he begged him to please cook again. So finally, after much begging, the Brahmin agreed he'd cook again. So they went and cleaned the kitchen up. Brahmin cooked another meal. And so they said, this time, take Nimai away. Take him so he's not around. So the ladies took him to a different place. And so Nimai was entertaining the ladies. He was dancing and everything. Then the ladies got to talking, and Nimai kind of slipped away. So the Brahmin, he takes the plate. He's getting ready to do the offering again. And as soon as he opens his eyes, there's little Nimai again eating right off the plate. So the Brahmin again screams out, this boy has ruined my offering. So this time Jagannath Mishra was really mad. So he starts chasing little Nimai around the house, trying to catch him around the courtyard. And so the people, Jagannath Mishra's family says, no, you can't, spank him. He's just a little boy. And then the Brahmin comes up and again convinces Jagannath Mishra not to punish Nimai. So he begs him to please cook one more time, but the Brahmin says, no, I've already cooked twice, so I'm not going to, I'll just eat some fruit. So then who comes in but Vishwambar? Vishwambar is Nimai's brother, older brother. And it says that he's actually an expansion of Lord Nityananda. He was so beautiful, and all he did was travel and preach and talk about Krishna. So when this Brahmin saw him, he thought, whose son is this? He's just so beautiful and so knowledgeable. And so he and the Brahmin sat down and talked for a while. And Vishwambar, he convinced this Brahmin to cook one more time. He said, if you don't, my father is going to be so sad. So he finally convinced him to cook one more time. So the Brahmin did. He went and he cooked one more meal. So this time they took Nimai and they locked him in a room, and they locked the door from the outside. And Jagannath Mishra sat right in front of the doors. And so the ladies were in there with him, and they said, there's no way he can, disturb the offering this time. So the Brahmin sets the plate down, he starts to offer it, and due to his yoga nidra potency, Nimai causes everybody to go to sleep. Just like when Krishna was leaving the prison, he caused everybody to go to sleep. And so little Nimai came in, and so the Brahmin is offering, and he opens his eyes, and there's Nimai one more time, eating. And so the Brahmin starts to yell out, and Nimai says, you don't understand that each time you've offered this, I've come. You've called for me to accept this offering, and I've come to accept the offering, and then you get upset. He said, you don't understand that. And then he showed this Brahmin his 8-armed form. And then he showed him the whole room turned into Vrindavan. There were cowherd boys there were gopis, there was Vrindavan forest, and the Brahmin was just like amazed. And he fainted. And so Lord Chaitanya, Nimai touched him, and the Brahmin came back to consciousness. And Nimai told him, you've served me when I was in the house of Nanda Maharaj. You came, and I also took your offering at that time. So you've served me in so many lifetimes. He said, but I've shown you this form now. He said, but you cannot tell anyone else. You can't tell anyone what you saw here, because like we said, he's the hidden incarnation. So he didn't want anybody to know that he was actually the Supreme Personality of Godhead. So the Brahmin stayed there, and he would every day get to see Lord Chaitanya and Lord Chaitanya's pastimes. So when Nimai, when he got a little older, he went to school and amazed everyone with you tell him something once and he had it. And in our day, if boys get into an argument, what do they usually do? They start, okay, let's do the fisticuffs things, let's fight. But in that time, since there were so many students and everything, they would get into arguments with other boys, but instead of trying to fight, they would actually have like a debate, and whoever won the debate was actually the winner. So no one could defeat Nimai in debate, and all his friends, they were so proud of Nimai. And so they would, after school, they would go to the Ganga. And when they would go to the Ganga, they would, Nimai would jump in the water there, and so there would be like Brahmins there chanting their Gayatri or whatever, and Nimai would splash water on the Brahmins. And he would do so many things to disturb all the different people that were there bathing in the Ganga. And so the Brahmins, they came to Jagannath Mishra and they said, you have to control your son. And they started telling him some of the things that Nimai would do, like when a Brahmin would be standing in the Ganga chanting Gayatri, Nimai would get on his shoulders and he would jump off the Brahmin's shoulders. And then he would actually steal the clothes from the men and mix them with the clothes of the women. And so he would mix up all the clothes. And then he would, when someone they would bathe in the Ganga, and when they would come out, Nimai would throw sand on them, or he would spit on them, actually. And then they'd have to go back in the Ganga and bathe again. And so the one was saying, he stole my Bhagavad Gita. Another one said, I was doing an offering, and he came up and ate. So many things they were telling about Nimai, what a rascal he was. And the boys also, they were going right along with Nimai. So and then the girls, they came to Mother Sachi and they said, you've got to do something about this Nimai. He comes up to us and he'll put these things in our hair that is like little, we used to call them cuckleburrs. It was like little things you put in the hair, and they're sticky so you can't get them out of the hair. And the same thing, he would come up to us and he would throw sand on us, or he would tell us, I want to marry you, I'm going to marry you. And so he would do all these things to the girls also. And so Sachi said, don't worry, we'll correct him. So Jagannath Mishra, one day Nimai's doing all these things, and the men came to him and told him. And so Jagannath Mishra takes a stick and he's going to chastise Nimai. And so the boys, actually the girls came and they said, Nimai, Jagannath Mishra is coming right now. And so Nimai told the boys, he said, when Jagannath Mishra, my father, comes, he said, tell him that I was never here. Tell him I never came to the Ganga today. So he runs away, and so Jagannath Mishra comes up and he asks the boys, where is he? And he said, they saw him. He stayed at school. He didn't come today. And so Jagannath Mishra is looking for him, and so a little while later, Nimai comes walking home, and he got the same clothes when he went to school. Nothing was wet. His hair wasn't wet. He had like little ink spots on him where he was studying. And he goes up and he sits on Jagannath Mishra's lap, and he says, and Jagannath Mishra says, Nimai, why do you do these things to these Brahmins and do so many rascal things to these people? And he said, Father, I didn't go to the Ganga today. I never went there. Look, I just studied. And, it's like a father or a mother when the son comes up to him and they're looking at him in the eye and they're just smiling and their little baby and they're saying, I didn't do that, So sure enough, Jagannath Mishra, he said, obviously he did these things because the Brahmins would not lie. He said, but look at Nimai. His hair's not wet. He doesn't look like he even went to the Ganga. So Jagannath Mishra started having some kind of hint that maybe this Nimai is the Supreme Lord. Maybe he is Lord Narayan. So this is some of the pastimes that Lord Chaitanya would do. And so once Mother Ganga, she saw that Krishna would always go and bathe in the Yamuna. So she did this tapasya. She did these austerities because she wanted also to have that same mercy that Krishna was giving to the Yamuna. So she performed these austerities, and then Krishna, he gave her a blessing that he said in Kali Yuga, he said Radha and Krishna are going to appear as Gauranga Mahaprabhu, and they're going to perform this same Braja Leela in Navadvip. And he said, you'll be there to assist him in every way. And we know that, like we said during the eclipse, that the people, they went and they actually bathed in the Ganga. And Lord Chaitanya and his friends, they would go and they would play, just like we described in the Ganga. So it says when Lord Chaitanya, when he would go to Bengal, he said, in this age of Kali, he says, I come in two forms. He said, as wood and as water. And he said, as wood, I come as who? Who does he come in as wood? Lord Jagannath, yes. And as water, I come as Mother Ganga. Who he says, who have come to deliver the fallen souls of sins and give love for Krishna. And when Lord Chaitanya, when he was walking, he was going to Bengal, and he said, I'm going to Bengal for two reasons. I'm going to see my mother Sachi, and I'm going to see my mother Ganga Devi. So in this way, he blessed the Ganga. And so Mother, the wife of Raghava Pandit, Mother Damayanti, one of the preparations that she would make every year, she would go to the Ganga and she would collect all this mud from the bottom of the Ganga. And she would dry this mud out. And after drying it, she would filter it into like a fine powder. And she would add some spices to it. And then she would add a little Ganga water and she would roll it into balls. And she would then put this in a bag, and she would give this bag to Lord Chaitanya. And Lord Chaitanya would eat this. He would, as he was traveling around, he would keep this bag of these little balls of Ganga mud, and he would eat these as prasadam. So, in this way, he continually blessed Mother Ganga. Every year, the devotees would go to Puri because Lord Chaitanya was staying in Puri. And every year they would go there, and there was this devotee named Shivananda Sain, and he would organize this large group of devotees to actually go to travel to Puri to see Lord Chaitanya. And so he also had this Shivananda Sain, he had a dog, and so he would take care of this dog and he would feed this dog. And so once he had to travel somewhere, and when he came back, he asked his servant, did you feed the dog today? And the servant said, oh, no, I forgot to feed the dog. And so the Shivananda Sain, he was very upset because no one could find where the dog went. So everyone, he sent men out to look for this dog, and no one could find him. So then the day came for them to cross over and go to Puri to see Lord Chaitanya. So when they went there, they came upon Lord Chaitanya, and Lord Chaitanya was sitting there, and there was this dog sitting right beside him. And Lord Chaitanya would throw the dog coconut pulp, and he would say, chant Hare Krishna, and the dog would go, Hare, Hare, Hare Krishna. And so he had this dog actually chanting Hare Krishna. And Srila Prabhupada says that we can learn three very important things from this lesson of the dog. He said, first of all, the importance of associating with advanced devotees. By getting the association of Shivananda Sain and getting the association, of course, of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, this dog was able to chant Hare Krishna. It says that when the dog left, he actually went back to Vaikuntha from getting the association of these pure devotees. And the second thing we learn from this is the power of taking prasadam. Because as the potency of taking prasadam is to cleanse the heart of a person without even them knowing it. It says when someone takes prasadam, they may not even know that it's prasadam, but still they make so much spiritual advancement just from taking prasadam. And it brings them actually to the mode of goodness. And when they get to this stage of mode of goodness, they're able to actually understand transcendental knowledge. So it says that when Srila Prabhupada, when he first started this Krishna consciousness movement, it said he didn't really give any rules or regulations to the devotees in the beginning. He just said, just take prasadam and chant Hare Krishna, basically. And it says a few years later, there were several devotees that were sitting around in a room with Srila Prabhupada. And Srila Prabhupada, he went around the room one by one, and he asked them, he said, so how did you come to Krishna consciousness? And it says, every one of them, to the last person, said, through prasadam, Srila Prabhupada. And mostly it was like halava. Usually it's halava that you get. So Prabhupada said, see, just every one of you devotees came to Krishna consciousness through prasadam. And Prabhupada says, this is my secret weapon, is prasadam. And then the third lesson we learn is chanting the holy names. We know that by chanting Hare Krishna, that's the Yuga Dharma for this age, and it's purifying the soul. And he says by these three processes, although they're performed without even our knowledge sometimes, or education, even an animal like this dog could go back to Godhead. So these are the three things we learn from this story of this dog. So I got more pastimes, but I'll kind of skip. Once Lord Chaitanya was performing this amazing kirtan at the house of Srivas Pandit. And while they were performing this kirtan, all of a sudden Srivas Pandit heard some crying in the next room. So he went to the next room, and his wife was there, and the ladies were there, and actually his son had passed away. His son had died. And so Srivas Pandit said, don't disturb the kirtan. Whatever you do, even though his son had just passed away, he said, whatever you do, don't disturb Lord Chaitanya's kirtan. So the kirtan went on, and then later after the kirtan, Lord Chaitanya could sense something was wrong, and he asked Srivas Pandit, what's wrong? I can see that some of the ladies are sad. And he said, oh, there's nothing wrong. He said, let's just do kirtan. And then Lord Chaitanya found out that actually Srivas Pandit's son had passed away. And so he thought, how indebted he was to Srivas Pandit, that even though his son had passed away, he didn't want to disturb Lord Chaitanya and disturb the kirtan. So Lord Chaitanya, he actually started to cry, and he went into where the son was, and he said, he told the son to wake up. And the boy did. He raised up, and he said, why have you left? And so the boy explained that, I do whatever you want, Lord. It's time for me to, I've had so many mothers, so many fathers, so it's time for me to take another birth somewhere else. So he explained all this, so Lord Chaitanya gave him his blessings, and the boy, he said, you can go now. So the boy actually passed away again, and Lord Chaitanya performed the rites for this boy, but he was so impressed because of the unconditional love that Srivas Pandit had for him, that he wouldn't even disturb the kirtan, even though his son had passed away. So I got more stories, but we'll end here. So today, and especially today and every day, we should pray to Lord Chaitanya and Lord Nityananda to try to get their mercy, because without their mercy, we can't attain the real goal of life, which is what? Is to reawaken our love for God, our love for Krishna. And there's a prayer we sing when we offer the food, Namo Mahavananyaya Krishna Prema Pradayate Krishnaya Krishna Chaitanya Namane Guru Tvishe Namaha. And the meaning of this prayer is, I offer my respectful obeisances unto the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna Chaitanya, who is more magnanimous than any other avatar, even Krishna himself, because he is bestowing freely what no one else has ever given, pure love of Krishna. He's given us the pure love of Krishna through this Maha Mantra. So we should try to remember, think of Lord Chaitanya and these pastimes throughout the day. The schedule for today is the rest of the day we'll be doing readings. And then at 5:30 there's kirtan. And then at 6 o'clock there's Abhishek. And then at 6:30 there's a class. And then at 7 o'clock we'll do parikram like we usually do around the block with Lord Chaitanya and Lord Nityananda. We're doing the parikram, and then after that we'll have a feast. So thank everyone for coming again today, and please try to do extra reading, extra chanting, and thinking of Lord Chaitanya and these pastimes, and then we'll all come together later on this evening. So thank you very much. Jai Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu ki jai, Gaur Pranim Prabhu ki jai. Oh, anyone have any questions? I'm sorry.
Yeah, please. Yeah. I was wondering why God would be a bad boy. You know, like the
So we
Krishna
can
says in
remember his-
Bhagavad Gita that the whatever a great person does, common men follow. And you mentioned some of Lord Chaitanya's mischief.
Yeah.
We know that. Babu. Chaitanya also would come to the Brahmins while they were chanting their Gayatri, and from underneath he would grab their legs and pull them under. And then he would urinate in their food. And then he would lock people inside their houses from the outside so that they couldn't get out. This seems like a lot of juvenile delinquency. Why would Lord God perform like that?
Yeah. I mean, it's so we can remember his pastimes, you know. I mean, these are, you know, he's the Lord. He has no rules or regulations for the Lord, you know. So by these pastimes, we can remember he's, you know, it's just like we just celebrated Madhavendra Puri's, you know, and what did Krishna, you know, Krishna stole the cure for him, you know. So, I mean, my answer, I guess, would be that it's just so we can remember these pastimes and remember the Lord, you know. He's the butter thief. Anyone else have any comments on why Krishna was such a rascal, or Lord Chaitanya was such a rascal? What do you think, Mishra Prabhu? Why? What would be your answer? Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's he's the Lord, you know, and even when he did these things, when Lord, they went to Jagannath Mishra, all these Brahmins, and he would say, "I'm going to punish him." They'd say, "No, no, no. These we actually like him doing these things. We like him having these pastimes with us." So they weren't, you know, they weren't offended at all by this. They enjoyed the fact that Lord Chaitanya was, you know, pulling their legs under the water and doing all these things. And they even told Jagannath Mishra, you know, they didn't want him to punish Lord Chaitanya because these were wonderful pastimes that they were able to be, you know, be involved with Lord Chaitanya. So I think that's why. Yes.
Performed only when he was a child and not later on in his life. So maybe to show that as a child, he is like a child. He performs childlike pastimes. He's not like the common perception of the God, you know, always the same. So, you know, as a child, he performed childlike pastimes, and as an adult, he showed.
Yeah, children are naturally naughty.
To add the point on this, like any child's innocent activities are forgiven. So, I mean, it's not like, I mean, whatever a child does, it's not like he's chastised very much for that. So,
yeah, good point. Yeah, yeah. You know, children do some naughty things sometimes, but you know, we just know that they're a child, and so yeah. Wonderful pastimes. And it's so far out how he, you know, he was did so much like what Krishna did during his pastimes, you know.
yeah, and also like doing these childlike pastimes, he was able to reciprocate with all like Brahmanas.
Exactly. Yeah, and they loved it. Yeah. Anyone else, ladies? Anybody have a question or comment? Okay, thank you. Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu ki jai.